Good morning, everyone. So we are continuing on today with our remaining testimony on agenda item C2. We are hoping to finish up testimony before breaking for lunch. We'll probably then bring up staff after lunch for a couple last questions and then break for the day while we consider public testimony, and then we will begin deliberations tomorrow morning. So I have a short callback list, and then we will start on our normal list here. So our first testifier will be Gale Vick, followed by Shannon Carroll, and then Kimberly Nicholas.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Madam Chair and council members. My name is Gale Vick and I live in Fairbanks. I apologize for not being available last night. I chair the fisheries subcommittee of the Fairbanks AC and we had a meeting. I've been Alaskan resident for 58 years and I fish commercial, sports, subsistence, and personal use, as well as working directly on state and federal issues, including decades at the council. I've seen this struggle to find balance and equity among sectors many times before. But in the pre-Amendment 91 fight for Chinook bycatch reduction, we hadn't yet been faced with a true understanding of Chinook decline on the Yukon River. We thought it was just a fluctuating cycle and not a downward spiral. The same with Chum. That was only a few short years ago. And now we understand that bycatch is part of something far beyond economics. It is a serious battle to get as many fish to spawning grounds as possible for the species simply to survive. In a recent podcast, the moderator asked me what I thought was the reason the Yukon River was suffering the heaviest Chinook loss. My response was that it was the canary in the coal mine, precipitated by the massive Bering Sea trawl bycatch of Chinook prior to the 2011 implementation of Chinook caps. Combined with huge intercepts in Area M and other factors, a tipping point seemed to have been crossed that created a downward spiral unlike any other in recorded history. This experience is now being duplicated with Chum. If we want justification for continued Chum bycatch at current rates, we're not going to find it. The decline of Chum and Chinook stocks in the AYK is far too critical to think at any level of bycatch is irrelevant. The AYK is ground zero for recognizing that there is a finiteness to our ocean's carrying capacity. Climate conditions are putting pressure on salmon, but our man-made interventions are providing the cumulative impacts that have made Chinook and Chum dramatically smaller, skinnier, less abundant, less able to withstand environmental changes. We've lost our big genetics along with higher year classes, and we are quickly losing our support for our ecosystems. In 2024, the federally initiated Alaska Salmon Research Task Force identified a group of potential salmon decline factors to include climate, predation, intercept and bycatch, competition for forage food, pathogens, fresh water, and marine harvest and habitat. What all of these factors have in common is that they are interrelated, not siloed from each other. The cumulative impacts of Bering Sea bycatch, Area M intercept, and hatchery production competition are all components of a Chinook and Chum extirpation formula in the AYK, and I can't say those words dramatically enough. On the Yukon River, the agreement with Canada has stopped all Chinook harvest for the simple reason that is the only thing the Yukon River Panel can do in their jurisdiction to help rebuild declining stocks. But we all know that's not nearly enough. Now Chum are headed in the same direction. We haven't met escapement goals in years. At this point, we are literally counting eggs, not just fish. Bycatch is part of the problem, but of course not all of it. That does not absolve the trawl industry. As a commercial fisherman, I understand that dilemma. But we cannot continue to go through all the kinds of gyrations trying to convince ourselves that bycatch is too minimal a factor to be part of the problem. This is the great lie at the heart of wanting our cake and eating it too. We need the most aggressive salmon avoidance strategies we can in all sectors without regard to economics. Whether our perspective is that salmon are a restrictive negative or that salmon are essential to health for humans and ecosystems is almost immaterial. Speaking of Chinook, summer chum, and fall chum on the Yukon River, we have to save the species And that
I-
must be
Ms.
before
Vick,
everything else.
I hate to interrupt, but your timer's up and we have to be quite strict on time today to get to
Okay, I'm just
if you
finishing
have
up.
a concluding statement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The collective will should be in developing a comprehensive multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional plan shared with Alaska Board of Fisheries, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and Yukon River Panel, and many others. I am supporting alternative 5, option 1, with the lowest caps paired with an in-season corridor PSC cap of 50,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Shannon Carroll, followed by Kimberly Nicholas.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Shannon Carroll. I work for Trident Seafoods, and we operate in both the CP sector and the shoreside sector in the pollock fishery. Trident has been supportive of finding a solution that best minimizes the bycatch of Western Alaska chum since this action started. We believe that some version of Alternative 4 is still the best approach, not because we don't think that we have a responsibility or an impact, but because of the unintended consequences that a regulatory cap can have. But I also recognize that there's a strong push to go further than that. So I'm going to focus my testimony on the incentives that a regulatory cap can have and why, if the council really wants to protect Western Alaska chum, it needs to get those incentives right. Anytime you put a cap in regulation, it generates a very specific behavioral change by requiring companies to balance operational decisions with the risk of hitting that cap. At the operational level, it's really challenging to have a regulatory requirement like a cap on overall chum that doesn't match a non-regulatory objective like reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch, because the risk of hitting a cap is so high. Our objection to a cap under Alternative 5 is not because, as I mentioned, we don't want to stay Western Alaska chum. It's because it creates the wrong incentives by forcing the fleet to prioritize areas with low overall chum rates instead of areas with high Western Alaska chum rates. And this is truly the possible outcome that you can create here. This is supported by the analysis in recent history in the fishery. And to give you an example from the AccuTam perspective, 2020 was our co-op's worst bycatch year in the last 15 years. We caught 84,000 chum, 2,500 of which were Western Alaska chum. By 2023, through the IPAs and increased avoidance efforts, we'd cut our bycatch by 75%, down to 20,000 chum. 4,000 of those were Western Alaska chum. So this is not the correct incentive for the council to achieve its purpose and need, and it's not reflective of the new tools that are available. So to close, I think listening to the questions during public testimony, it seems like this is resonating. And there is a push to use new in-season genetics like the BBRSI work to the fullest extent possible. And so I just strongly support any efforts to develop an action that really focuses on Western Alaska chum and creates the right incentives. That I'll take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. I just want to make sure I understand. I appreciate the example. That always really helps. But I just want to put in plain language what I think your point is, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But essentially, we've been hearing a lot about what a cap serves as a backstop to perhaps a high chum bycatch year. But what I'm hearing from you is that it's not a backstop. It's the basis of how the fleet operates from day one, and that could cause unintended consequences. Do I have that right?
Thank you, through the chair, for the question. That's exactly right. That the consequences of hitting a cap drive that behavioral change from day one. And if the cap itself is based on overall chum, that is what the operational decision makers have to focus on, because if they don't, they will lose either access to large areas or access to the entire season. A good example of how strong of an incentive, even losing some partial area, is this past year, herring bycatch was very prevalent on the grounds. The Trident plant operated at a loss for over 30 days because of fleet avoidance efforts to try to avoid triggering that cap, which closes significant portions of the fishing grounds. That also drove the fleet into areas with very high abundance of non-Western Alaska chum. So again, they were faced with competing objectives, but that trigger and the consequence of losing area is what really was driving behavior.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I haven't thought this through. Thank you for your testimony. That I guess that's what I want to understand. I think we're trying to read through the analysis on what actually changes behavior, and is a consequence of losing area a strong enough incentive to change behavior?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I mean, I think the herring example is probably the best illustration of how significant the behavioral change is to the consequences of losing a large amount of area. I think many others have testified before me from the Pollock sector discussing sort of some of the operational challenges that losing area and consolidating fleet into a certain specific area generates. From a plant level, it means that you are getting inconsistent deliveries through a plant, which means that you're not getting the throughput you need to be profitable. I think from a bycatch perspective, it obviously also means that you have less flexibility to move around and avoid areas, particularly when those areas are predetermined. A good example of that is herring, where we have these fixed area closures that have been in place since the 80s that aren't necessarily reflective of where herring are on the grounds. And a number of years, I think, especially in 2020, when the herring savings area closed, we saw rates for herring much higher outside of those closed areas than they were inside the closed area. So it not only has significant impacts on the plant, which I think is a secondary concern here. It's really about, it doesn't serve the intended purpose of what you guys are trying to do, which is reducing bycatch.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. So next up is Kimberly Nicholas, followed by Katie Kashatok.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for letting me come up here and give testimony. I'd like to start off with my introduction. Are you able to hear me? Okay. Me'en Nazun Su'uza Gachto Huts and Sedanslet. Siefniu Eli Nicholas Mauza Yef Sidna Ka Nick Yef Gianna Yef Eli Habuza. Ina Thelma Saunders Mauza Yef Ita Gaila Lawrence Saunders Mauza Gachto Huts and Sedanslet. So my name is Kimberly Nicholas. My Danaka name is Me'en Nazun. It means I look on the bright side, or I'm optimistic. But yeah, I just wanted to do a little introduction, and I'm from Caltech. It's right on the Yukon River below Galena. Okay, so I was up here last year with my nephew, Kenneth, and we were talking about how we use fishtails as something to ground us, or like a protection that we carry with us. And he came up here using his fishtail last year. And yesterday he came here to see me, or to see us, him and his brother, Devon. And he can't be here this time because he's getting ready to run in the Iron Dog with his brother. So I wish them good luck. But he came, and we were talking about what was going on here, and he told me that there's a creek right above Caltech, about 1 mile, and about maybe 5 or 6 years ago, the channel changed, and we haven't seen fish go up the river or go up the creek to spawn since then. And as Caltech people, we always think about what's going on and the changes we see happening around our village. And, we were attributing a lot of it to the decline in fish that were able to come up the river. But he said, Auntie, last year, they went to go check below Caltech. We have a creek down there about 3 miles below Caltech called Old Village, because that's where we used to live and hunt and fish. And he said, we saw all the fish in there, all the fish that we seen in our creek above Caltech were showing up a lot in the creek below Caltech in Old Village. And he said, yeah, the new channel above Caltech, they can't make it up there because all the debris and the bushes and the trees, and it's difficult for them to come up the creek where we've always seen them come up. But he was really excited to tell me that they see it right below Caltech in the creek. And I think that's what we're looking for. We're just looking for, some hope, something to look forward to. And we see the fish again, and he gave me, a hopeful feeling. And I just wanted to share that with you, to think about that, something to look forward to. That's what we're looking for. And I support alternative 2, alternative 4, and alternative 5 with option 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Nicholas, for your testimony. Just so I'm clear on the example you gave, as I understand, you as you mentioned it here, you had salmon going up a tributary or up a creek that was closed off or whatever. And if I heard you correctly, those salmon, your nephews felt that they were going up a separate creek that maybe didn't have a run before. Is that understanding correct?
No, it did have a run before. We've always fished in Old Village, but there was, compared to the year before and the year before, like in the past 5 years, the fish last summer, there was more. And it seemed like, when I say we can tell like the same fish are going up, it's because we've been looking at the same fish in the other creek forever and ever. And it's the impression I got, it's this, they just found that creek to go up right below Caltech.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
So, Katie Kashatok is next, followed by Tiffany Agayar.
Good morning, Chairwoman and members of the council. My name is Katie Kashatok. As you all know, Typhoon Halong struck communities of Kipnuk and Guigangok, displacing more than 1,000 residents. I grew up in Kipnuk. It was home, not just a place, but where my family and roots were. Now I no longer have a place to call home because my family are scattered. Although I moved here for work, I was able to return home a couple times a year. I went berry picking, ice fishing, spent time with family, and most of all, reconnecting with my roots. While I am fortunate to see my parents more often now that they are here, it is not the same as being home. When I first learned how badly the typhoon had hit, I felt completely helpless, especially as I was texting my mom before they lost service. I saw photos and posts on Facebook of people needing help, homes floating away, and families trying to reach the school for safety. Just days later, everyone was forced to leave the place they called home, carrying only 2 bags of clothing, whatever they could manage to take with them. Thankfully, CVRF was able to respond quickly. When evacuees arrived to Anchorage, we brought T-shirts, knowing they urgently needed clothing. We were also able to donate food and water to neighboring communities, including Tintutulak, Nightmute, and Napakiak. CVRF also sent out generators and space heaters to heat up homes, to dry them up, toy stove parts so our mechanic welders could work on toy stoves that were damaged. I am deeply thankful that CVRF was able to be there for our communities during such a devastating time. We will continue to support and stand by our residents. As you review the alternatives, I ask that you carefully consider programs and benefits that would be at risk for residents in communities not connected by the road system. Any Chum salmon measures should be reasonably targeted to be effective but not have a major impact on CDQ, since there are so many other factors involved like climate change, Asian hatchery fish competition, and Area M. Oyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So, Tiffany Agayar is next, followed by Faith Peters. Is Tiffany in the room? Or online? Okay, I'll do one callback for her before lunch. Faith Peters, followed by Serena Alstrom. Okay, Faith isn't online. Okay. Serena Alstrom, followed by Landry Price.
Good morning. Still trying to wake up a little bit. My Yupik name is Juchichok. I grew up in St. Mary's on the Lower Yukon River. My parents are William and Hilda Alstrom, also from St. Mary's. I am also the executive director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, better known as YRDFA. YRDFA has been around for 35 plus years, and we have a board of 16 members along with 16 alternates throughout the Yukon River drainage, including representatives from Canada. We work on various things. We focus on communication between the local users and the fishery managers and make sure that there's a dialogue between the both, mostly when in-season fishing is taking place. For the last 6 years, more years in the upper reaches of the river, people haven't been fishing. And you've heard that from many of the testifiers throughout the days. I'm really gonna try and keep, not repeat things because all of what they say resonates with me. I too haven't been fishing. I haven't brought my kids out. And it's hard. It's hard when a staple in your life has been taken away. My kids to this day still ask me if we're going to go home fish with my parents. And it breaks my heart every time I say that, no, we can't fish. Throughout the years, the 35 years, even growing up on the Lower Yukon, I've experienced full-fledged fishing, 24/7 subsistence openings. And as our salmon started to decline, there was the established windows. We've been restricted time and time again. Now we're restricted even more, absolutely zero salmon fishing on the Yukon River. Not only that, they're starting to restrict non-salmon fishing with our 4-inch mesh. How can we as a people put food on our table when we can't even fish for non-salmon species? You're taking a lifeline away from us. We're placed, I went, okay, let me go back. So I just came back from Old Crow, which is in the Yukon Territory, attending the Yukon River panel meeting. And one of the panel members said, we're stuck between a rock and a hard spot. Literally, the Yukon River. We're stuck between the ocean issues and we're stuck with the Canadian issues. And the Yukon River in between on the Alaska side completely shut down. Why is that? Why are we we're placed in a situation where we can't give anymore? There's someone that asked me, what more can you give? We've given it all. Nothing. We have nothing left to give. And we've been saying that for at least 2 to 3 years, coming to these meetings. I literally stayed home last week because I just came back from Canada. I needed to spend time with my kids. Today's my daughter's 17th birthday. I'm going to drive home after this so I can be home with my kids. Because guess what? I got to prepare for Board of Fish, Area M. People are coming to you, telling their story, and you need to listen to them because it's their livelihood. It's not just about feeding kids at a lunch program in the lower 48. We're talking about grandparents, families, whole communities that are without food, without fish in their freezers. I've only been around and testifying for the last 6 years, and I've been saying the same thing. My dad, who just stepped down from our board, has been fighting for 40 years. He's passed the torch to me. I am a second-generation person that's fighting for our salmon now. But my family's been living there for centuries. So I'd like to say that YERDFA supports alternative 2, 4, and 5. And I just want to say, please listen to these people. We can't continue to remain status quo. Something needs to happen. And just like Mr. Alstrom said with YDFDA, a risk needs to be taken. We all have taken that risk. The Yukon River people have been risking their livelihood. It can't just be the Yukon River. It needs to be the whole, it needs to be holistic. Everyone needs to take a burden. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up is Landry Price, followed by Noah Weiss.
Good morning, Madam Chair Drobnica and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today to C2 Chum Salmon Bycatch. For the record, my name is Landry Price. I'm the quota manager of Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, otherwise known as YDFDA, which is one of the 6 CDQ groups and longtime participants in the mothership pollock sector. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Western Alaska salmon crisis, and that we know that there's no replacement nor substitute for the loss of food security and the subsistence way of lifestyle for all of those affected. I would also like to commend the analysts and tremendous amount of work that they put into the DEIS, into your hard work as council members, as we try to arrive at a solution that is meaningful to everyone. With that said, I would like to reiterate that the purpose and need of this action before us is to minimize the bycatch of Western Alaska chum. To be clear, YDFDA does not believe total chum salmon hard caps under alternative 2, 3, or 5 meet the purpose and need. An overall hard cap in this capacity would only negatively affect the conservation of whack chum, the pollock harvesters, shoreside processors, coastal communities, the state of Alaska, and the CDQ program. A major point of concern with total chum hardcaps is that hatchery production is not static. Compositions will vary. In practice, these alternatives risk incentivizing fleets to seek out the lowest number of chum per ton of pollock, rather than the lowest number of Western Alaska chum per ton of pollock. A total chum hardcap will simply not conserve Western Alaska chum. Rather, YDFGA would like to focus on the utility of the robust tools of IPAs, as they have a proven track record of successfully implementing and producing desired results, being able to increasingly react to changing conditions to avoid chum bycatch, especially given the promising upward trajectory of the BBSRI in-season genetics reporting. With that said, YDFGA wholeheartedly supports Alternative 4. Thank you again, council members, for your stamina and dedication to this process. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Noah Wise is next, followed by Fred Yeck. Is Noah here online? Noah Price? Okay, we'll do a call back for him before lunch. Fred Yeck, followed by Mary Nicolai. Is Fred Yeck here? Okay, we're going to check to see if he's online quickly. Fred, can you unmute yourself, please? *6. Fred? Okay, I'll call Mary Nicolai and then come back to Fred as soon as we connect with him. Is Mary Nicolai here? Okay, I'll do one last call back for Mary before lunch. John Andrew, followed by Chris Cooper. Is John online? Okay. Chris Cooper, followed by Theresa Clark. Is Chris Cooper online? Theresa Clark, followed by Diloola Erickson.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and council members, for the opportunity to testify before you. My name is Theresa Clark. I'm from Galena, a tribal member of the Galena tribe, which is located on the Yukon River. I also serve as the executive director of the Yukon River Intertribal Watershed Council. The Watershed Council is an organization composed of 57 Alaska tribes and 17 First Nations in Canada. Within the Yukon River watershed and landscape, it's a total of 330,000 square miles. Our mission is to preserve and protect the watershed for our Indigenous peoples so that they can continue their way of life. We conduct traditional knowledge and Western science within our region. I'm sorry to say our scientist is not here with me today to testify with me. She's been with our organization for over 15 years and has collected a lot of water quality data that's very important to fishing. Like I said, we conduct environmental sciences in the areas of water quality, water temperature monitoring, melting permafrost, erosion, and other water and landscape science, working hand in hand with our member tribes. We also work with our tribes to train them to gather their own water quality data. I'm happy to say that the Yukon River is still a healthy river, but with the increasing extreme weather events, this is starting to change. Some chum salmon and all salmon are important part of a healthy ecosystem, as I'm sure you all know. You have listened to testimony from representation from almost every tribe in mainland Southeast and Southwest Alaska. There is not much that I could add to it. We are here to provide testimony to you on the draft EIS. Your draft EIS does not include very extensive traditional indigenous and traditional knowledge and indigenous science, as I thought it would, other than what was contributed by AVCP, TCC, the Kuskokwim River, and the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commissions. It's not their job to, write this EIS, but I'm thankful that to these organizations that provided the information to you on this draft EIS. And I agree with the gentleman from Nome that testified over Zoom that this draft EIS does not include a lot of indigenous knowledge that it should. You've heard for over, 4 days now, testimonies from, like I said, from all of our tribes and tribal members. All that they have provided to you should be incorporated into this EIS. If it's not through an appendice by word testimony, I think you should go back to the drawing board and include the indigenous traditional knowledge into this EIS. I have 3 things to add for your consideration. One, our communities are not in an organized borough. We don't have an economy to support another government borough so that we can have, 5 or 6 public safety officers or a paid fire department. We rely on a limited amount of state troopers to provide public safety. We rely on volunteers to provide, fire. So, we don't have paid like our fortunate sister communities in Southwest Alaska. The other stakeholders in this included in this EIS is the commercial fishing industry. They have testified on the impacts on caps and corridors will affect their communities and livelihood. Yesterday, a fisherman from the fishing vessel Defender, you heard his testimony. I Googled the fishing vessel Defender. It's a 170-foot fishing vessel. How can fishing with a 170-foot fishing vessel, if that's only one, how many are out there fishing? Is that sustainable? I don't see that as sustainable fishing. They're gonna fish out all of the pollock and everything else, and then there won't be any fishing industry in Alaska for you to be sitting up here making these decisions. A couple years ago, our congressional delegation passed a public law that provided a gravel-to-gravel initiative for salmon habitat on our river systems. To restore these gravel beds where salmon return and spawn, we need your help. We can restore these gravels, but we need that salmon to return to these areas so that they can continue to spawn. I see, I just like every time I hear gravel to gravel, I just shake my head. And how is this going to work if the salmon do not return to these places so that they can continue to spawn and sustain our river system, sustain our people, sustain our environment, sustain our animals? You've heard stories about how bears and are walking into our communities because they're starving too. The other day I was speaking to one of my friends from Ambler, and she said that a wolf came in and was eating a puppy on underneath one of their stairs in their community. Three, USDA is a purchaser of pollock, and I've read that they purchase surplus fish to assist the failing industry. Also, we have the one big beautiful bill that was just passed, and they're cutting purchases to cutting USDA's budget to purchase food, to provide food to food banks and nutritional programs. You've read that in the paper. I'm hoping this is going to help our salmon return.
Ms. Clark, I let you go over a little bit, but I just want to make sure we had time for questions, if
Okay.
there are any. So if you have a concluding statement.
Okay. Well, this EIS is a very daunting document to decipher. And if you look at, I don't see it in front of you. I hope you all have it on your computer. But please read section 6.2. It's 776 pages, and it's the very end before the appendices. It spells out, and I could read it verbatim to you, but you have it, you could read it, because I have it written down, and it's your job to make sure that you have a value statement in there, you have a vision statement in there, and you have an implementation strategy in there. And it incorporates traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge. With that said, I encourage the council not to consider the recommendation of the advisory council to take no action. That does not align with your value statement, your vision statement, and your implementation strategy. And with that in mind, I encourage the council to support alternative 2, 4, and 5, option 1. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you this testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Clark, for your testimony. I'm right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry. Now I know it's hard to
Yeah.
see everywhere. Thank you. And I remember your testimony from last year, and I appreciate your speaking to your work at the Watershed Council and also your feedback on the draft EIS. And I think I certainly acknowledge, this council is working to accomplish the vision statement more in terms of incorporating Indigenous and traditional knowledge. And so thank you for that. But it strikes me the way you described your work at the Watershed Council. My question for you is, I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you said your Watershed Council, you do Western science, and incorporate that with the traditional Indigenous knowledge. So my question is, I'm assuming that traditional and indigenous knowledge informs your data collection projects and where you go and what you collect. And that's really it's not just meeting together at the end. It's starting off together from the beginning.
You're
Do I have that right?
absolutely
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. And yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. I guess I'm interested a little bit along the line of Ms. Baker's question. You had mentioned that your organization feels that the river is still healthy. We've heard some testimony that there have been issues with mines up at the head rivers. I'm kind of curious, because of the intersection between Western and traditional knowledge, what indicators does your organization use to kind of make this determination that the river is healthy? And are there indicators that you're looking at right now that you're very concerned about?
It really depends on what we're testing for, because we test drinking water. We test drinking water for PFAS and heavy metals. We test the natural waters. Was it 2 years ago that there was a spill in Canada by a mine, and we went up there and tested right at the Native community of Mayo, and I was there when we tested, and we talked to the council staff there to see, how that water was doing, and then we tested at the mouth of that river, and so we'll test, but it just depends on what type of test that we're testing for. So.
Just quick follow-up. Is that type of information publicly available that we can look at?
It is. I'm not sure if our scientist, she's of German descent, and she's was a past Olympic skier, so she's in Germany right now. But if I can get her, I can get it from her and provide it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a quick question as well. Ms. Clark, part of the AP's motion on alternative 4 was an expansion, and I really appreciate you sharing your position on the DIS. Was expanding upon the reporting requirements for the IPA and sharing with in-river users and tribal entities. And I'm just wondering, considering your line of work, if you had put any thought into particular observations that were occurring on the vessel that might be helpful for your work, that we could provide a little bit more detail or feedback to the industry to help provide during their reporting.
Mm-hmm. They're probably good. Like I said, I really wish our scientist was here. We're working on, taking eDNA, and it's not eDNA on salmon, but it's going to be on the microorganisms, and we're planning to do that this summer. So, if there's any resources that are available to help us, we would certainly be open to that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Clark, for your testimony. It's pretty obvious that your organization is doing a lot of work relative to environmental conditions on the river and whatnot. And earlier in public testimony, we heard a changing cycle, to paraphrase here, or environmental conditions that have that are different than maybe we've seen in recent time here. And some of the examples that were given were, the ice on the river freezing down to the riverbed, and another example was more sea ice, and the water temperature getting, is more conducive to salmon survival in the river system. Is that something your organization has looked into, and would you agree with that statement?
Yes, we do that. The main stem Yukon River is healthy. It's other rivers that, at the headwaters, like we're going back. We have a grant that we received from a philanthropy, and that grant is all geared around mining and getting samples below current and old mining activities. However, we work with other scientists in other countries even, and some of the rivers at the headwaters are starting to change. And like I said, we conduct permafrost melting. We've done erosion control studies in certain areas, and we have two rivers that are very that have been impacted. And as you will see and you read, we have rivers in Arctic, not only Alaska but Arctic, that are turning orange, and this is a result of melting permafrost and adding minerals into the waters. From talking with our scientists, that happens when it melts, but eventually it all settles. And so, that's one of the indices of a change and it has changed the chemistry of certain rivers in the Arctic. It hasn't reached the Yukon yet, but and I don't know if it ever will. We'll have to continue to do those studies and see what happens. And we have we're not supposed to say climate change anymore. We've been told, so we call it extreme weather conditions. So, and you've seen it with the hurricane force winds that happened recently, and that hurricane force winds went so far into interior Alaska that you could tell, because it had blown down a lot of trees, and you could just see how they were all laying down one way as it migrated. The winds migrated through Alaska.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have a couple people online that we were able to connect to. So we'll start with Faith Peters and then go to Chris Cooper. Is Faith online? Great. Faith, can you unmute yourself, please?
Good morning. Good morning. Greeting, Chairperson and board. My name is Faith Marie Peters. I'm Koikon Athabaskan, born and raised north of the Yukon at Tanana, Nuchulawoya, where the two rivers meet, the Tanda River and the Yukon. So we're directly in the middle of Alaska. I'm a Tanda tribal member, and I'm middle of the river clan. Now I want to honor the elders and folks that spoke there before me about the life of the fish. It doesn't matter what species we're talking about here in the middle of the Yukon, that we are talking about survival, not only of the fish, of the animals, of our homeland that have no fish. The fish is our life. We need fish. The fish needs your help. Your help to get to the spawning grounds. The fish, all fish in the ocean, the fish in the rivers, all need help to get there. To the spawning grounds. It takes 5 years for them to spawn, go back to the ocean, and then to come back and spawn again. This travel route has been so not looked at for so long that the elders here asked, babe, could you bring me dry fish? Babe, could you bring me strips? Can you bring me a jar of fish? I've been born and raised in Canada, and I lived here for 67 years. I was 19 years old, and I fished, and I pulled out a 72-pound fish. And I came home, and I cut it up and brought it to the elders' homes to honor our catch for good luck. We talk about honor of people. We talk about honor of fishing. We talk about honor of our elders. We talk about speaking good to one another. We can't offer fish today because there is none. In 1991, we were standing on the banks of the Yukon, fighting for our rights to fish. We started just being allowed to only take one fish. You're tons out there in the ocean, you're tons of fish. We now get one fish, maybe, to cut and dry. But we save each part of that fish. We don't throw it away. We even save the backbones for our jewelry, because with the loss of the fish on the Yukon River, Canada River, all the rivers going up, we're talking about devastation. So in 2020, the decline was so bad, they said no fishing. So we haven't fished for a long time. We haven't taught the kids how to catch, clean, dry, package any kind of fish. And even with the chum, with the no chum in the rivers, all the dog teams have declined. There's no food to feed the animals, the birds. We live in 4 seasons: winter, Weeping River; springtime, it wakes and thaws; summertime, gathering fish, moose, berries; fall time, berries and no fish at any of these seasons of gathering. Fish is working to get to the spawning grounds. Fish needs all of us to help make it at any lifestyle you want to choose. Everyone is responsible to be a fisherman, needs to stop at this point in time right now to save the world's most beautiful, tasting, crisp color king salmon from the Yukon River. We're in the middle of Alaska and we have no fish. And I believe that each one of you right now that sit on that board that make law against everyone, you now have to stop all of the boats from gathering, from throwing that bycatch away. Everyone needs to stop. Or we starve. We go hungry without this fish. And I could hear my mom, who's 96 years old at Pioneer Home. Babe, did you save that backbone from 6 years ago? Can you take it out and boil it? Did you save that fish head from 6 years ago? That bring it to me cooked? My mom knew this was going to happen. She taught all of us here how to fish, how to cut, how to preserve, how not to waste, how to give to our grandparents, how to hand out, how to love the river, how to read the river, how to watch, and make sure that when you left your spot, it was clean as though you were not there. My grandmother crawled down the bank with her blind husband, got in a canoe. They paddled to their net. They pulled out their fish. They went back to shore. She crawled back up the bank after he cleaned that fish, and they went up and ate. It didn't matter what species it was that they had fish, that they got it themselves. This story will stay with me forever, because now what we have is just stories of our Alaska rivers and the way we used to live. Come on, people, stand up. We still have time. We still have time. Let's preserve all of the fish for the world. Let the people in all those fishing stores wait 5 years to not have fish or buy fish. And then we'll have a rebound.
Ms. Peters, I hate to
I just
interrupt.
want to thank you.
Yeah, you have
I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and I just want to honor each and every one of you today for where you're at and who you stand for and what you believe in. All we want is to be able to say that we could fish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So we'll go to Chris Cooper next, followed by Fred Yak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Chris Cooper. I'd just like to reference my written comment for what I might not get to here. I'll try to be precise. I'm the owner operator of the fishing vessel Predator, a 90-foot inshore catcher vessel home ported in Newport, Oregon. My family owns 2 vessels that participate in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska pollet fisheries. And I'm a 4th generation fisherman, and I've operated my family's vessels in the Bering Sea for the past 23 years. While our operation may be smaller than most in the pollet fleet, the pollet fishery is critically important to our business and livelihood. For inshore catcher vessels like mine, operational decisions are constrained by vessel size, fuel capacity, weather exposure, and the distance we can travel while remaining safe and economically viable. In the face of changing ocean conditions, it seems dangerous to me to assume we know what migration patterns of fish are going to be. If I've learned anything over the last 23 years of running a vessel, it is every year is different. And I think you can see that in much of this data provided in the analysis. The thing you might not realize about bycatch species that come in the form of lightning strikes is a day or a week might be completely different, and it might be good one day and it might be bad the next. I support alternative 4 along with the genetics. I think they provide the best tools we have for avoiding Western Alaskan chum. Rolling hotspots, leave good clean areas open while closing problematic areas. This is done with a precision that can only be accomplished with real-time data. I believe there might be ways in this framework to ease concerns of not having a backstop. Hard caps just do not work for vessels like mine. Here's some examples of what a hard cap would look like for a vessel my size for our quota amount for 350 chum hard cap. We would have 667. 200,000 pound hard cap or 200,000 fish hard cap would be 383 chum, and 100,000 hard cap would be 189 chum. Alternative 5, I don't think I could get my quota out of the water with this option either. It disproportionately affects small shoreside vessels like mine. These sub options in alternative 5, they cover probably 90% of the areas I've ever fished in bee season. We just can't go further to catch our fish. With that, I'll conclude my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So Fred Yak is next, followed by Mary Nicolai. Is Fred online? Fred, can you unmute yourself? Please press *6. Okay, one moment, please. He's reconnecting.
Hello, Madam Chair, council members. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for taking my testimony in this manner. My name is Fred Yak. I'm from Newport, Oregon. I've been the managing owner of a family catcher vessel that's been involved in the pollock fishing for over 35 years. We deliver shoreside to Unisea and Trident. My son's the captain of the vessel, currently on board out in Dutch Harbor this A season. I just want to, there's volumes of material you guys are looking at and hundreds of pages, but there's one point I think is determinative and I think should keep in mind throughout this deliberation. The pollock industry is responsible for less than 2% of the Western Alaska chum salmon removals. Actually, the analysis says it's actually 1.78. So when the regulatory process is focused on less than 2% of the problem, it's not possible to actually improve the Western Alaska chum situation. I'm totally sensitive to these people that don't have their salmon, but you can eliminate the pollock fishery and they're still not going to have their salmon. And there's multiple alternatives that you're looking at, 2, 3, 5 that are available for selection. Any one of these will seriously damage the pollock fishery. inshore catcher vessels like mine will be damaged the most. And when we're damaged, so goes the shore plants. If we can't deliver our fish, they won't have them to process. If they're unable to process, they're going to go out of business and won't be available to process other people's fish. But what will alternatives 2, 3, or 5 do for Western Alaska chums? Yeah, I don't, nothing significant, because we're only focused on 2% of the total removals. The council can totally eliminate the pollock fishery, and still the chum salmon won't return, because we are only less than 2% of the problem. We're part of an industry that's already worked hard to reduce chum bycatch. We've been very successful. Under the IPAs, the inshore fleet went from a high of 341,000 chums in 2021 down to around 21,000 in 2024. You know, our IPA program works good, and we'll do more under Alternative 4. You know, and this is at great expense to ourselves. This is not, every time our boat leaves the dock, the first thing they think about is where are the chums? Where can we fish without hitting chums? That's already part of the delivery process. So I hope that you keep this 2% in the back of your mind throughout this, because we're less than 2% of the problem. Your advisory panel heard all of this, and they're a very diverse group of people, and recognize the futility of a cap, and overwhelmingly recommended Alternative 4 with a few amendments, which I support. I support their recommendation. And I've heard that there's no stopgap on this. You know, what keeps us from going over? Well, I'll tell you what keeps us from going over, because we're very serious about this. And, you know, this is not the end of the day. If the council makes the wise choice of adopting Alternative 4, that if the industry abuses that or doesn't perform according to expectations, there's nothing to prevent the council from revisiting this issue and correcting the problem if that need be. You know, our IPAs have flexibility, and they work. They close areas that actually have high bycatch of Western Alaska chums. They don't close areas that have chums that aren't Western Alaska. They keep areas open with low bycatch. This can't be done by regulation. We need the flexibility of Alternative 4 as recommended by the AP, and we hope that you will adopt that as well. Thank you very much for considering my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
So Mary Nicolai is next, followed by John Andrew. Is Mary online? Okay. Can you press *6, Mary? We're not quite hearing you yet, Mary. Can you try to unmute yourself? Okay, we're gonna go to the next person, and we're gonna try to connect with you to see if we can figure out your audio. So John Andrew next, and then we'll go to Noah Wise. I think we're missing connection with all these people earlier. John Andrew? Okay, he dropped off. We'll call him one last time before lunch. Noah Wise. And I think if he's having trouble connecting, then we'll have Therese come up. Can we see Noah online? Okay, he's having difficulties. So we're gonna call him and put the phone near the mic here. Getting creative.
Thank you.
We'll see if this works.
Noah, can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you just fine. Good morning.
Go ahead, Noah. They've got you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know.
Good morning. My name is Noah Weiss. I'm the council president for the native village of Nunapchuk. We are a tundra village connected to the Kuskokwim River. The Kuskokwim River sustains our people here. We have to go down to the Kuskokwim about 20 some miles to fish for the chum, king, silvers, and other species that float, that feed and sustain, fishing. For our people, we have to travel that far to get it. And we want to let you know that the price of the fuel for getting the fish and traveling, that takes time to catch the fish, is hard on us now, and we'd like to have you guys, make sure that we have our share of the fish in the future. The Nunapchuk tribe urges you to take lower act, to lower the chum salmon bycatch in a meaningful and accountable way. We support alternatives 2 and 5, option 1 at the lowest caps possible to keep. Below these caps, we support the inclusion of new requirements for the pollock fishery in alternative 4. Chum salmon, and other species is essential for our way of life. And it has been a huge challenge not to be able to rely on some salmon, since our king salmon has declined drastically. We are facing huge closures and restrictions to subsistence fishing. I feel we are the most heavily regulated fisheries in the world, and all that we are trying to do is feed our families here. Our elders say to take care of salmon, and by that, we have to take care of everything: the land, the lakes, the rivers, and the ocean. That is all connected to the fish and the salmon. It is not just about protecting salmon in the ocean or rivers, but about protecting the ocean and rivers too. That is how we will get our salmon abundance back. We are all worried about how trawl nets are hurting the ecosystem and hurting our salmon, and then hurting our people and our ways of life. Please use this final action to get us close to no more Chum salmon bycatch. Guyana, I'm standing by.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, we'll go to Diloola Erickson next, followed by Jack Fagerstrom.
Good morning. I just sent some slides over. I don't know if you got them to go with my testimony. I'll do my introduction real quick while she looks for that. Duchmandana Huzun, Diloola Ann Suuza, Sedana Kyla Huntington Mauza, Galto Hutsun Sedanslit. That's the short version of my intro. My name is Diloola Ann. My family comes from Galto or Caltag out on the Yukon River. My daughter's name is Kyla Huntington, and she comes from Caltag and Galena. She also has family ties to the late Grandpa Sidney and Jimmy Huntington from Galena and Huslia. And I would like to testify this morning on behalf of myself. I also work for Tanana Chiefs Conference, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself today, and on behalf of my daughter and the salmon for our river. Were you able to find it? Diloola, Diloola, for the record. Okay, well, when the slides come through, you'll see them. I wanted to send you guys a picture of the Yukon River watershed. One of the points I wanted to emphasize in my testimony is that our watershed is vast and it's complex. I do a lot of research and reading on my own because these things are of interest to me too in my personal time, and I've just learned about a Strava number and a Strawler number for river systems, and it's a way that you can quantify the complexity of a river system. And to give you some context, the river with the highest Strawler number is the Amazon River, and it has a Strawler number of 12. The Yukon sits about a 9 to a 10. So it is a vast, complex watershed. We've heard testimony before me that talks about the contamination in our watershed and that our rivers are not viable for the salmon to live in, and that is not true. I feel like we've had a lot of public testimony that has emphasized that it can be true. Two things can be true at the same time. There are portions of our watershed that are in stress by circumstances beyond our control. The ones that are, where there is development in our watershed, our tribes are engaged to protect it. They're engaged in reclaiming the rivers that are in stress, and we are actively stewarding our land the best we can in every way, shape, and form. What we need you guys to do and what is within your control is to ensure that our salmon get to the healthy portions of our river, because that is what they need to survive. Kimberly, who testified in front of me, we're cousins. We're both from Caltag, and we're so proud of our kids. Those boys that they're out there, they're checking the land all the time, and I want to emphasize what Kimberly said. Our salmon are shifting their migration patterns to go to the healthy portions. And then the other slide that I had included in my presentation, it's a really rough representation of the complexity of the management here in the state of Alaska. We engage with about 12 different entities that manage our hunting and fishing, 4 of them specifically just for salmon. And our tribes are fully engaged in all of those spaces. And so I want to acknowledge that I know you guys aren't the only solution for our salmon, but we assure you that we're engaging with all of the other entities that control and manage our salmon. And so we're fighting, like I said, in every way, shape, and form to make sure our salmon have access to the watershed, and we're making sure that our watershed is healthy and ready to welcome them home when they get there. And then the last picture, if you guys want to look at it when you're done, is my kid and her friend. They were having a fake board meeting when they were playing at my office, and it's a picture of a whiteboard and it says, "Our salmon are in danger." They were having a board meeting, these 10-year-olds, to talk about how to fix our salmon. And so I want to emphasize that our kids are preparing to manage and steward, and they are actively doing it. Thank you. Oh, I support Tanana Chief's request.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. See if there are any questions. Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Erickson, for your testimony. You made comment to that the Yukon River is largely healthy, but you did mention some watersheds that were stressed. You mind just briefly elaborating a little bit on that, maybe where and what the stress is?
I could be here all day telling you that. They're
Maybe.
like, go ahead.
And I'm happy to follow up in the hall at the break and stuff like that if that's a better option.
Yeah, I think you could follow up with myself or with Theresa Clark, because they're really doing a lot of on the ground work. Like I said, it's a huge watershed, and there are places where there are like mining impacts. There are historical mining impacts, and there's like some development that's happening from different entities, but our tribes are engaged in all of those spaces.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to talking to you in the hall.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Blahavdi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I need to go higher with my hand. Ms. Erickson, thanks. I wish we could have seen the slides, because I can visualize the slide you're talking about with the complexity of the system of the Yukon. And we use that in Fish and Wildlife Service to manage as well. And one thing that we've been working with tribes on is just even trying to determine which tributaries are anadromous waterways or not. And I think TCC is working on that, and that's part of your job as well, right? And so just wanted to confirm that, because I know in your area, there's a lot of systems that we don't even have them cataloged as anadromous or not for salmon.
Could I expand on that just to the point about the Caltag River? That was the stream my cousin was referencing, right near Caltag, where the salmon weren't showing up. The Caltag River was identified, I believe, by Fish and Wildlife staff, or it might have been ADF&G staff, as one of the rivers of interest for the genetic testing that they've been doing. And we just learned this yesterday from those boys who told us that the salmon were shifting streams. And so that's something that we'll bring to them. But that is of note that the Caltag was one of the major contributaries for salmon. And we're seeing them actively shift and change their migration path. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sorry, I just remembered too. Could I correct something from a previous testimony just in my TCC role? Carrie, when she had testified, had mentioned that the amount of money we're spending, and Mr. Behovde had asked where that funding comes from. It is true we get some small contributions from our partners, but a large part of the funding that we use to engage in these processes are our general funds. And so that money could be used in a lot of other spaces, but our tribes prioritize and dedicate that funding to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Thanks again. So I think, thanks everyone. I think we have a connection with Mary Nicolai. Now, before we lose her, we're going to try to get her testimony and then go back to Jack Fagerstrom. Oh, Jack has testified already. So Janessa Newman after Mary.
You can press *6 to unmute. Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. We're getting a little bit of feedback though, so.
Okay.
Can you mute your computer?
Hold on.
I think you might have two devices. open right now. So if you could close one.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. I'm ready.
Ms. Nicolai? Now we're not hearing anything. Did she drop off? Okay. Can you try to unmute one of your devices?
I am muted.
Oh, there it is. We have you.
Could I try again?
Yep, we can hear you. Please begin.
My name is Mary Ayahok Guy Nicolai, President of the Organized Village of Quikluk. Organized Village of Quikluk supports the recommendations that the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission is recommending to the NPFMC Council. Quikluk is a subsistence community where fish is the main food source for our people. As of today, Western society look at how natives have survived in our environment. The very means of looking at us of who, but and where we are. Fish is the center of our center of our lives that we eat, use all throughout the year. We have not fished for quite some time. Our fish ware counts have been in decline. Our people are losing the culture of having fish camps and sacrificing in hopes that our fish come back to our own rivers where we know how to manage. But we are told we do not know what we are doing when we have been sacrificing. This is not seen by you or any Western society. For example, we have the moose moratorium that we proudly see and hunt as of today. We know when there are a lot of fish swimming, and we know when we have to pause for our fish. Time and immemorial have been passed down with our culture. We have been in the conservation mode for too long without seeing improvements, but slowly killing our culture. The fishing that is happening in the Bering Sea is hurting our people. They are breaking us in our rivers where the fish swim to spawn. It is time to sacrifice as we are in. One fish of bycatch is one too many. The time is now to show Alaska is in control. Thank you for representing, respecting our culture, and listening to us. Organized Village of Quikluk will be monitoring the meeting and watching out for the decision by this council. Oyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If there are any questions. Yes, we have a question for you from Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Ms. Nicolai, for your testimony. And I'm sorry, I just didn't hear at the beginning. Can you please describe a little bit where Quikluk is located for us?
It's in the southwest Alaska, where about 18 miles away from Becca. Most of our fishing that we do in there to subsist, we go down to the mouth of the Kuskokwim to fish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Janessa Newman next, followed by Charlie Green. Is Janessa in the room? Okay, we'll circle back to Janessa. Go to Charlie Green, followed by Virgil Umphenour. Is Charlie online? Okay, we'll go to Virgil. Is Virgil online? Virgil, can you unmute yourself?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
My name is Virgil Umphenour. I bought a fish wheel permit in 1984. Started fishing on the Tanana River with fish wheel. I decided to build my own processing plant, so I did that and had it in operation in 85. I got appointed to the Salmon Treaty Group for the Yukon River in 88. I've been on it. I'm still on it. I'm on the Yukon River panel. Anyway, I've been involved in this fishery for a long, long time. I bought fish from Mountain Village all the way to Dawson. What I want to talk about is how bad the situation is. On chum salmon, on the Chena River, we've got, the last year, we got 9% of the long-term average, and we had, that's counting with the Didson sonar and visual both from a tower. On the South Shore River, we got 4% of the long-term average. Over in Canada, on the fishing branch, that's totally in the toilet as well. And of course, those fish are 1,600 miles from saltwater at their spawning grounds. But we have a number of systems that are in danger of being extirpated. And as I said, I bought fish all up and down the Yukon. I was an officer in the Guard. I was executive officer out of Nome for the 1st Battalion, which took all the villages from the Yukon River north. And we had little National Guard units in all those villages. Fish are super important to the people that live here. I'm 83 years old now, and I doubt if I'll see our fish come back in my lifetime. But we have not been able to even go subsistence fish in the upper Yukon to go catch a fish to eat or to feed your grandkids for 6 full years. Our Constitution says we're supposed to manage for sustained yield. And another thing, the Yukon River Panel does have a traditional knowledge committee, and I'm on that committee, and some of these other people probably testifying might be as well, but this is a dire situation, and it really needs good attention. People need to take care of it. But I'm going to just say something about whenever they Americanized the fleet, which I believe was in 89. I'm not sure. I know we used to get in negotiations, well, what you still do when you have your meetings. We meet at least a minimum of 2 times a year. The panel does. But NOAA would always give us a report on interception. And it's in the treaty that we will do everything possible to stop bycatches and interceptions in the marine environment of Yukon River fish. Anyway, we get this report the very first year that the fleet got Americanized. And they said, well, in the first 6 weeks of the A season, they caught, now this is Chinook salmon, but they caught 48 Chinook salmon. So the next year, with observers, and of probably, I think it was only 50% observer coverage, 1 observer per trawler, they reported in the same time period, they got 24,000. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any
Oh,
questions.
one final thing I want to say. Our habitat is pristine. I'm a big game hunting guide as well, and I find it all over this area, all over it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
It looks like we have a question from Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Umphenour. I hope I'm saying that right. In your testimony, you said that NOAA would give us a report on bycatch, and I'm wondering, kind of a 2-part question here. Who is us? Were you talking about the Yukon River panel? And does that report still happen?
That report still happens. The NOAA person normally is they're out of the Alaska Science Center, which is at Auk Bay. But our head treaty guy was actually from the State Department in Washington, D.C., but we didn't have a treaty. We were negotiating the treaty. we didn't actually get the treaty final until, well, we agreed to finalize it in April of 2001, and then it got signed back in Washington, D.C. at the State Department in, I believe it was December of 2002.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Curtis Sommer, followed by Adrian Blanchford. Curtis, can you unmute yourself? Can you try *6, Curtis?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Curtis Sommer. I'm currently a tribal member and council member for the native village of Tanana. I've heard a lot of the testimony, and knowing that climate change is going on, the changes going on in our oceans, the warming oceans, the slowing currents that some scientists say will stop in the future, and the fact that my people, and all of the people on the Yukon rivers, interior rivers, have not been legally allowed to fish for king salmon for some 6 years now. The last time I fished, my cousin and I caught 56 king salmon that went to 6 families, and also supplied some gayaga after I fished for Memorial Potlatch. I have to ask, where does the ethics and morality come from that force my people, who depend on the fish to survive for tens of thousands of years, and illegally kept from fishing, while moneyed for-profit commercial fisheries are allowed to throw that same fish overboard and as waste? You know, it's a fact that the bottom trawling raises and suspends 22 metric tons of sediment in Alaska waters each year, which is 22 billion tons that destroy the habitat, the environment the bottom dwellers depend on to survive as part of the food chain that comes up the Yukon River to feed us. And in the process, spawn and die, and their decaying carcasses feed our environment, enriching and rejuvenating our surroundings, the lands, the streams, the rivers. You know, I look at my traditional chiefs, my spiritual leaders, for my ethics and morals. They show their love for Jesus and Creator, their compassion and advocacy for all of us, the people in our region and state. They always have kind words without hatreds or divisions. We see them when they come in our time of need for grieving people and at our meetings. And I look at them in contrast to the Christian state and federal politicians calling and who are calling for the 10 Commandments in every classroom and public building, and their ability to be bribed and commit conflicts of interest. How are they able to do it where in everywhere else in the USA we would be charged, fired, or dismissed from our positions? Where do they get their magic power? And I look at the doctrine of discovery that built this country, crafted by greedy folks and European monarchs who superseded the greedy priests and money changers who had Jesus killed. They started in on my people and others after they found out they would not sail off the edge of the world. For that, they preyed on their own people for centuries, as well as their neighbors. The rationale for taking over our country is to save our souls, our non-Christian souls. And in doing so, taking our holdings. And the thing is, they continue to take our holdings even after we convert to Christianity, which is no different than the way the greedy priests preyed on their own people. The politicians who allow this laugh at tribes and what tribes stand for. They forget their own ancestors belong to tribes and practice their own tribal customs of making sure they did not overtake or they did not destroy their descendants' futures. And I see them killing off our salmon as no different than the way the buffalo were killed off in the lower 48 in order to rid of the natives and to put them in concentration camps called reservations, which is the doctrine of discovery. I don't have much more to say than this, but my feeling is we have to halt all commercial fishing to protect what we have left. We have sacrificed for years now as Native people, and I think it is time for other people to sacrifice as well. Not to be mean, because many people depend on fishing to feed their families and to clothe themselves and to have a quality of life. So what do we do? So what do we as Christians do to help those people whose lives are going to be impacted by our wishes and possible actions? We have to do something to help them, just as we have to do something to help us. I thank you for listening to me. I know it is very radical, and a lot of people do not support my position, even natives. But the truth has to be told. And I hope this is a start, because we all have a stake in this. We never talk about our 7 generations who are 150 to 170 years down the future.
Mr.
What are
Sommer.
they? What are we leaving to survive, for them to survive on? And I thank you.
Thank
I
you.
hope you all have a successful meeting and a safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the well wishes. I'm not seeing any questions. Appreciate you calling in. So we're going to go to Adrian Blatchford next, followed by Jessica Black. Okay, Adrian is not online, so we'll circle back one more time to her. Jessica Black.
Yes, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Von Gwinzy, to my elders in the room, tribal leaders and council members. Shojrit Jessica Blackoji, Gwichaje Gotsan Isli Gatanan Gwichi. I'm a Gwichaje tribal member from Fort Yukon, Alaska, on the Upper Yukon. I also grew up in Tagatili or Nenana, Alaska, on the Tanana and Nenana rivers. I currently live in Fairbanks on traditional Lower Tanana Dene lands. I am here testifying as an individual, not representing anyone, but speaking for our fish relatives. I grew up on the Yukon River fishing with my grandparents, Sarah and Isaac John, my large extended family, learning about salmon in place. In my day job, I work at UAF and have dedicated my life and career as an Indigenous scholar towards uplifting and educating others on the socio-cultural impacts of salmon fishing, in this case, not fishing, on Indigenous well-being and ways of life. But as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm only here as myself, someone who is born of salmon and place and feels a sense of urgency to use my knowledge and voice to speak for the salmon and my Alaska Native peoples. It's been 6 years since I've been able to fish for chum and king salmon. Let that sink in. At least 1,825 days of not fishing. The children in my family are growing up not fishing. Some never touching a fish, a foundational aspect of their childhood and culture. We as Alaska Native peoples have borne the brunt of conservation. My own daughter longs for the days of caring for fish and the intertwined wellness and culture that coexist with fishing. Time with cousins, learning about the land, animals, hearing our Digenjic language, learning from elders. It is her inherent right to do so as a person of this place. As an Indigenous scholar, I am often looking at issues from a holistic perspective, and it's pretty clear to me that when you take fishing opportunities from fishing people, that people suffer. I don't need to run any statistical analysis or gather my own data. 2 of my fish camp neighbors passed away early, untimely deaths, and I have seen numerous young people all along the Yukon pass away too early as well. My heart and mind know with definity that with opportunities to fish and learn and grow in cultural values and spirituality at fish camp, it would save their lives. The values that were instilled in me at fish camp have helped me navigate every single challenge I have faced in my life. Depression, grief, loss of parents, siblings, and the reverberating effects of colonization. More importantly, fish camp spiritually connected me to the land, plants, animals, and waters, and fish. And they have taught me so much, not only to survive, but to adapt and stand in my own strength. I remember approximately 15 to 20 years ago when we started seeing changes in the king salmon population and there were intermittent closures. We on the upper Yukon could always count on the chum to come afterwards and help us meet our physical, spiritual, and cultural needs. But now we've seen a total collapse with that species impacting our entire cultures and ways of being in the world. We are seeing people sick physically and spiritually, dying at unprecedented rates. There is a correlation. My question is, why would we do anything but conserve and rebuild across the board with a hard cap closure? I personally feel that's what we need. One of my friends shared with me, so many people are stuck on the notion that the fleet must fish. The ocean needs rest. And what if we stewarded salmon abundance to replace the non-nutritious food source that is pollock? Abundance for everyone. I couldn't agree more. When we conserve and let the salmon rest, we steward for abundance of everything. Fish, seals, killer whales, people. That is how to ensure the next 7 generations fish. My children, your children, our children. I want to see the fish be let through. In closing, I want to say I stand with the 150 tribes and support Alternative 5 Option 1. I also must state on record, it's just one part of our larger strategy as stewards of the rivers and fish. We are working on a gravel to gravel stewardship plan, which looks to protect important feeding and migration areas for our salmon. If we do not take this issue more seriously, we will all be sitting on the banks of our rivers, oceans, and thinking about what used to be. Plentiful fish nets, fish racks, and happy, healthy children grounded in their fishing ways of life. Masi Cho.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions, but appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Justin Johnson is up next, and I think we have Charlie Green online now, so we'll take Charlie after Justin. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me today?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman and council members. My name is Justin Johnson, and I'm speaking to you from Akutan, Alaska on board the 95-foot catcher vessel I have worked on for the last 20 years. I have worked in this time, I have delivered 7 to 10 million pounds of pollock annually. This vessel has delivered its catch into Alaska communities since the 1980s. I'm 46 years old. I started commercial fishing career at the age of 15 as a plant worker in fish processing. I'm a multi-generational commercial fisherman who has been pollock dependent since 1999 when I first started the Alaska pollock fishery. I have listened to much of this testimony over the last several days and am increasingly aware of the hardships the decline of salmon has created. I've also heard how the actions taken in this process will affect them as well as others in the pollock industry or pollock-dependent people. For those reasons, I support option 4. It has the best chance of producing chum salmon while working with those on the water to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon rates. It can do this while reducing unintended harm to the pollock fishery, the pollock communities that depend on it, and the families who rely on it. In my opinion, most, if not all, of the hardships felt by the decline in salmon would be felt by individuals who are pollock dependent. Alaska fishermen, communities, plant workers in the nation and the world will be affected by the loss of the pollock industry as an affordable source of protein, food which tens, if not hundreds of millions of people rely on as affordable and sustainable. The Alaska pollock fishery is a leader in science-driven regulation. It is a leader in self-developed and self-implemented measures to reduce all salmon catches annually. Every year, technology's collaboration and evaluation of data continues to help us lower. The science is lowering our chum salmon numbers. And the science is showing that the largest portion of chum salmon interacted with are of foreign hatchery sources. To speak to, there's a sentiment out there that the Alaska pollock industry runs unregulated and unobserved, and it's a giant industrial monster on the horizon. I included these 2 pictures here to show you what the pollock fishery is to me. This is my Papa Mike at 86 years old, who ran the boat for over 30 years. It's the children of the 6 families that are employed here. This picture was taken in 2019. It wasn't a recent photo for this. There's been many more kids added to that picture since. I just asked that the council, in this very tough decision, looks at what tools can be given to the fishermen and those who manage to have the best chance possible to give meaningful relief to those who are salmon dependent by why not have an unintended consequence of potentially reducing or eliminate the pollock fishery as a whole. I thank the council for its time allowing me to speak today, and I wish you the best of luck in your tough task ahead. Thank you, council members.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for calling in. So we'll go to Charlie Green. Yes, good morning. Charlie? That wasn't Charlie. Charlie, can you unmute yourself?
No. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. And first of all, I am the chief of Loudon Council, and I also sit on the TCC Executive Board for the Yukon-Kaiko Middle Yukon on the Executive Board. You know, we haven't fished here in the Middle Yukon for 6 years. We haven't been able to throw a net in the water. Our villages here, we continue to buy our fish. And, my take on this is that, not fishing for 6 years, and we probably had the lowest fish come, for the chum catch this year was probably the lowest we've had in years. And, if us here on the Yukon haven't fished for 6 years, these fish should have been coming back if we have anything to do with the low numbers. So my take is that they're getting intercepted either, area M, whatever the trawlers, whatever. But, we're doing everything we can as villagers that along this river to conserve our fish. You know, there's really nothing that else that we can do. We're not fishing at all. We're zero, and we're finding ways to using our native fish. A lot of our other fish are thriving. The sheefish, pike, other our native fish that's around our villages are doing good. They're thriving. We're catching them. That's kind of what we're is sustaining us until we can get our salmon back. So I don't see our rivers being having any problems with pollution or anything because we drink this water. I'm drinking the Yukon water right now, right out of the river. We plow and all our village here in Galena, we drink the water. It's not being treated or anything. That's the way we survive. That's what we've been doing for since I was a little boy. I'm 64 years old and haven't seen any change in the way the water, the cleanliness of the water. So we're doing everything we can. And our area supports all what TC supports, all our, but anyway, we're doing everything we can. We need to be on the table with you guys to try to get help to get our fish back in these villages. And we continue to not have fish. So we want to do everything we can to try to get the fish back so we can be healthy people again. Our kids every year ask the same questions of, Dad, are we going to be able to fish this year? And we continue to tell our children, our village, that no, we can't, and just continue to not fish and hope that we get our fish back. So all we ask is to have you guys on the table to help us to get these fish back and healthy and continue to consider these corridors and bycatch limits. And that's kind of all we ask. We're doing everything we can as villagers and people that live along this river to get these fish back up in our rivers. So I just like to thank you guys for letting me talk today and take your time and to do everything we can as a whole to get these fish back in our rivers. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks. So let's take our mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:30 and I'll circle back to, I need to put a list together of those that we've missed this morning and those that were moved over to today's list. I think there are 4 or 5 people, and then we'll continue with our remaining few persons on our main list. So I'll see you all at 10:30. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We had to have some discussions over break. Where are we on the regular list? So I'm going to do a callback, one last callback for those. And I'd ask members of the public to bring their conversations outside, please. Would you mind going outside, please? Thanks so much. Okay, thank you. Thanks. So we're continuing our public testimony. We have about 10 or 11 people left. I'm going to do a brief callback for those who we moved from yesterday to today's list, as well as those who were not available. So Tiffany Agayar. Is she in the room? Okay, we're going to be taking Tiffany off the list. Oh, Tiffany. Okay, and then John Andrew after Tiffany.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Agayar. I'm from the native village of Alakanuk, which is located on the south mouth of the Yukon River. I'm currently employed by YDFDA, which represents 6 communities with a total of 9 tribes with over 3,000 residents, not counting total tribal members. I'm also a registered Yukon River commercial fishing permit holder and a lifetime subsistence fisher. Overall, total chum caps would be detrimental to YDFDA's ability to provide the in-region programs which Ragnar has previously introduced, along with our board members that have hit a little highlight on. YDFDA has a few subsidiaries that creates both seasonal and full-time employment in our region, including a construction company, fish processing plant, QuickPack, which was last operated in 2020. And we've been utilizing their campus through our youth employment program and the youth agriculture program. But those 2 programs also extend out to all 6 communities, with any entity in the communities willing to partake in the employment opportunity. Youth agriculture program is currently in 4 villages and will work on building more greenhouses and another one this coming summer. QuickPack also has a store that pretty much is open from ice out to beginning of October. We also have a welding and skiff manufacturing shop. It's open almost year round. And lastly, there's jobs out in the Bering Sea fleets. Though this is not in region, it's still providing job opportunities for people from our communities. We also have grant-like programs that provide funding for annual community funding, educational scholarships, and funeral assistance. But I'd like to concentrate more on the subjects that provide more benefits to the people who apply for the jobs brought in by the revenue from the CDQ program to regenerate. Those are the ones that have been more effective and beneficial to our people. We've come this far despite the subsistence activities our people are suppressed with. We cannot impose more on them that is already going on. All we can do is try our best to help provide funding opportunities to the best of our ability, which revenue helps provide. With that, I am open to any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Tiffany. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned QuickPack last operated in 2020. I'm kind of unfamiliar with QuickPack, and I'm just wondering what species were processed there.
QuickPack Fisheries LLC is our fish processing plant, and we would have commercial fishing openers to purchase salmon.
Yes, and Mr. Sugata.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. Agriculture, can you tell me a little bit more about your agriculture program?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's been pretty good to have greenhouses in our villages. I did a count on them before, and it employs people from each village, and they grow potatoes, carrots, and some other vegetables that are daily used, and at a more affordable price than they buy from the stores, which can get pretty pricey, especially for people that don't have any SNAP benefits. But it's nice to see people learning how to grow plants, and some people have even taken that out of work and into their own yards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony and for your work on the AP.
Thank you.
So John Andrew next, followed by Janessa Newman.
Okay, John, can you hear us?
Yeah, my name is John Andrew. I'm with the Organized Village of Queeflik. I'm also a member of the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta Subsistence RAC. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My testimony will be short. Over the last 10,000 years, our people in the AYK region have fished for all 5 species of Pacific salmon, starting from end of May all the way to August, most times prior to the days before we had snow machines. Practically all of them are using my fish cam as an example. In those early days, we used to have 7 to 11 households fishing, and every summer they fill their fish racks with mostly with Chum salmon and some kings, and later on they harvest coho in September. Their food and the dog food, because they used to put each household, sometimes they've got people that have large backyards, harvest over 3,000 chums, probably over pretty close to 1,500 other species too. And in those days, all those fish camps were every spring from May to August were occupied by anywhere from 5 families to 7 or even 11. And starting about 1980, we started to see salmon crashes up there. And then we found out later by the department that they coincided with the high intercept rates down area M. And sometimes they'll tell us they were scooped up by trout fishers in the Bering Sea. And nowadays, fish camps, they're like ghosts. Hardly anybody's at their fish camps nowadays. By the time they get here, they ask that you bear the burden of conservation. They tell us not to go out to fish, and they gave us a small opening. And those fish camps where I used to work with up to 11 families, they're down to 2 families a year. In the days when they had commercial fish, we used to be able to purchase our fishing gear, boat and motors, And we use the same gears for fishing for salmon, starting off with kings, reds, chums, pinks, and silvers. And it's very, very hard for us to go out nowadays. It's all they stopped our commercial fishing around 1886 or 87. And we use the same gears in those days, and we cannot use them. They're broken down and outdated. We can't use them. Some of us have to sell our extra boats to our relatives or give them away so they can be able to fish. And with a very short openings, hardly, not too many people go to their fish camps anymore. Some of them have little smokers outside their places or at the villages. Last month, when Iraq met, they were in favor of putting chum caps at Falls Pass. And on January 3, Unit 4 villages of Queeflukok, Kashatok, and Tulaksak met, and they were in favor of putting chum caps. Option 1 will never work, and it's been stuck there for a long time. Last year we were asking for option 5. And I thank you for listening to the short testimony. Thank you, and go on to all the people that were testifying before me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you. Janessa Newman is next, followed by Adrian Blatchford, and then Luke Fanning.
Good morning. My name is Janessa Newman. I'm Kwekon and Anupak from Rampart and Tanana. They're small communities that are about 150 miles up the Yukon River. I have the pleasure to serve as Rampart's alternate commissioner for the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. I serve as an advisor to the Yukon River panel and as the chair of our Tanana Rampart Manly State Fish and Game Advisory Committee. Like my cousin Robert, I grew up pulling 50-pound king salmon from the Yukon River. And last February, I sat before you and told you that I truly questioned the morality of bringing my own children into the world without fishing on the Yukon River. And today, I really didn't want to come up here. Not because I was nervous or anything, but because you can only be told so many times that your existence is insignificant. I've ultimately come to the conclusion that this council can't make a meaningful decision for us. And ultimately, it boils down to the fact that all of our values as fishermen have been reduced to money. There's no valuation of quality of life, love of community, basic community values that foster integrity and empowerment for all of us as fishermen. We've just accepted the values that have been sold to us by industry. Weaponizing fear with the threat of withholding crumbs is a time-tested political tool to exert control, enforce compliance, force submission, prevent resistance, and ultimately allows the minority to dominate the majority. If you claim to support the small boats and empathize for in-river people, stop reinforcing fear and pitting us against each other. In closing, I support a combination of alternative 2, 4, 5, option 1, and to reiterate what Mickey Stickman of New Lado said, you have the power to make a difference. and I hope that you do.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Blahovdy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm that clarify that you're saying that in the EIS, Appendix 8 and 9 don't do a good job of comparing the value, the cultural value, with the monetary value. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So Adrian Blatchford is next, followed by Luke Fanning. Okay, unfortunately, we'll have to take Adrian off the list. That was her second call. Luke Fanning, and then we'll go to Matthew Anderstrom.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, council, excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. For the record, my name is Luke Fanning, and I'm the CEO of the Aleutian Pribilof Island Community Development Association, also known as APICTA, which is one of 6 CDQ groups. Our mission is to support community and economic development in Western Alaska communities through fisheries investments, scholarships, workforce development, vocational training, infrastructure projects, and direct community assistance. The CDQ program provides between $80 and $100 million per year in wages, programs, and benefits to Western Alaska, and its economic impact across the state of Alaska is significantly larger. On average, pollock accounts for about 70% of CDQ program revenue and has become increasingly important due to declines in other fisheries such as crab. I want to be clear that we fully support the intention of this action to identify ways to further minimize bycatch of Western Alaska chum in the context of these declines. This is obviously a complex issue, made even more challenging by some of the conflicting findings between Western science and traditional knowledge regarding the causes of this collapse and the role of bycatch in the declines. Based on the testimony over the last several days, I believe there's broad agreement that whatever management measure comes from this council, it must be focused specifically on Western Alaska chum. Many people have expressed general support for additional measures to be codified in the IPAs under Alternative 4 as the best way to achieve that objective. And the analysis and industry testimony have also highlighted the challenges associated with an overall cap in Alternatives 2 and 5, both of which could unintentionally increase Western Alaska chum and Chinook bycatch. They could also disrupt IPA management and undermine continued progress with the in-season genetics work, because the fleet would then have to focus primarily on avoiding hatchery chum. As you've heard from one of my colleagues in the Yukon region, it may be reasonable to consider a trigger if the IPAs do not function as intended. Should a chum bycatch limit be adopted, it should focus on the Western Alaska component. This approach would reflect the critical importance of salmon to in-river users, the significance of the pollock fishery to Alaska and the CDQ program, and the possibility that hard caps, as outlined in the DEIS, could carry substantial costs without clear evidence of corresponding benefits. Likewise, any action cannot come at the expense of key aspects of the CDQ program, including provisions that allow for the transferability of quota between sectors. While I am deeply committed to the CDQ program and the opportunities it affords to our communities, I do not believe that the program or the pollock fishery are or should ever be viewed as an acceptable trade-off for subsistence access in Western Alaska. At the same time, given everything we know about climate-related impacts on salmon stocks and the relatively small contribution of bycatch to overall Western Alaska chum mortality, that is not the decision before this council. I have greatly appreciated much of the tone and the statements in public testimony over the last couple of days and the shared values and recognition about the importance of both salmon and pollock fisheries to Alaska communities. This decision is not a binary choice between profits and subsistence. It's a decision about how the fishery can continue to improve to minimize its impact on depressed salmon stocks, even if that impact is small, and to do so in a way that preserves the significant economic benefits the pollock fishery provides to coastal Alaska communities while being responsive to the challenges facing in river communities. I'd like to conclude by thanking the council, the staff, the scientists, and all of those people who have worked so hard to bring quality information to this process over the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fanning, for your testimony. And I guess I'm struck by the comment that you made about it not being a binary choice. I think I agree with you that under the Magnuson Act, we have to balance all of those national standards. One of the things that you testified to about focusing on Western Alaska salmon and potentially in terms of a cap, even since the CDQ sector isn't delivering inshore and doesn't have the access to the inshore genetics program at this time, do you still see a way for that kind of an approach to be used and credible, even though you're working your quota off catcher processors?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. And I should caveat that we're not an operating pollock company. So we are reliant on partner vessels that do that. So my ability to weigh in on specific operational measures is going to be more limited than some of the other testimony that you've heard. I do think that through some mechanism, continuing to identify all of the genetics for each of these fish is going to be important. Though the timeliness of that on the CP fleet versus the inshore fleet could be different. I hope that addresses your question. Please follow up if not.
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is Matthew Anderstrom, followed by Jeffrey Grunke. Is Matthew here? I think he's scheduled in person. Okay, I have a couple more people to go through and then I'll call Matthew one last time. So Jeffrey Grunke. Is Jeffrey online? Okay. He is online? Okay. Jeffrey, can you unmute yourself? Jeffrey, can you press *6, please? Okay, we're going to circle back to you at the end after 2 more testifiers. So Becca, Robbins, Gisclair, followed by Shelby Edmund.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Becca Robbins Gisclair with the Ocean Conservancy. And I want to start by thanking you for your attention to this important issue and for taking the time to really hear and listen to testimony over the past several days. And I know that we've all heard a lot over the past few days, and reflecting on what we've heard, you know, I've heard from one side really respectful and impassioned pleas for the council to help to restore salmon relatives, culture, and health. On the other side, I've really heard a sense of entitlement and a refusal to sacrifice even the possibility of catching every little bit of the tack. And I'm hearing a lot of excuses and not a lot of solutions. I think as the council looks forward to action tomorrow on this, you have options before you that align with the national standards and fulfill the purpose and need for this action. Ocean Conservancy stands with the 150 plus tribal governments of Alaska in asking for a cap under Alternative 2 of 100,000 in combination with Alternative 4 and Alternative 5 Option 1 with a 50,000 cap. The IPAs under Alternative 4 remain an important tool and really provide an opportunity to adapt to in-season information as well as evolve as genetic information improves. But I want to stress that IPAs are not enough alone, and our support for Alternative 4 is only in combination with these other alternatives that would put limits in regulation as well. I think for the past 20 years since the adoption of the Rolling Hotspot program and elimination of the Chum Salmon Savings Area, we've seen Chum Salmon bycatch continue at high levels while Western Alaska Chum Salmon stocks have declined further and further. And I think we've let that experiment run long enough, and it's time for a different approach. An overall cap under Alternative 2 is really critical to ensuring that there's a meaningful limit on Chum Salmon bycatch. And I just want to stress, I think that while hatchery fish from Russia and Asia have received a lot of attention here and excuses for not doing a cap, that it's really critical to remember that almost half of the Chum salmon caught as bycatch, 46% were from Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. So these are Alaskan and Washington fish. Unlimited bycatch is not acceptable for any of these stocks, and nor does it meet the mandates of National Standard 9. I also want to stress that an overall cap is practicable. When we look at the historical data that's analyzed, you can see that there are many years in which the fleet has been below these levels, including the most recent years. And we've heard so much throughout this meeting about the fleet's ability to reduce bycatch under the IPAs. And if this is true, then living under a cap should be entirely possible. Looking at Alternative 5, I think this provides a really specifically targeted way to address Western Alaska chum salmon by providing area-based closures for a time and place that we know Western Alaska fish are migrating through this corridor. In the absence of the ability to set a Western Alaska specific cap and regulation, Alternative 5 Option 1 provides a way to provide safe passage for Western Alaska chum salmon. And I think here a corridor cap under Option 1 is also practicable, especially in the broader context of annual fishery operations. For instance, when we look at the data in the DEIS, a corridor cap at 50,000 would have displaced an average of 8.2% of pollock harvests relative to overall harvest across all sectors. And that's probably a high bias, as it assumes the fleet would not have altered its fishing behavior. In selecting a corridor under Alternative 5, it is also critical that stat areas with consistently high bycatch by number are included. Suboption 1 and Option 2, for instance, leave stat area 655430 open, despite the fact that it has consistently had the highest overall and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, and it's critical that any option selected there include that area. In closing, since I started coming to council meetings 20 years ago, this is, I think, the third time I've seen the council take up chum salmon bycatch at great expense and cost to all involved. Each time, previously, the council has rejected a regulatory approach and selected an incentive plan and hotspot approach. And I think we've tried this over and over, and it hasn't worked. As you can see, the chum salmon declines have continued. So I really urge the council to make a different decision this time, one that adheres to the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, upholds the federal government's trust responsibility to tribes, and puts a true limit in place while adopting specific measures to protect Western Alaska chum salmon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gisclair, for your testimony. I guess my question is regarding your comments about Area 655430. I've thought about that a lot too, and I think you seem to think that we should wait. If I'm understanding you correctly, we should weight numbers more importantly than rates, because that area has a good rate and there's a lot of pollock there. There's also a lot of chum, and I'm trying to understand why we would rate numbers higher in a scenario where maybe we did have a cap, and I'm wondering if you could explain that to me a little more. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Ritchie. I think when we're looking at these specific closures areas and by catch by rate versus number, I think what it comes down to is that in this action, we are looking at the impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon and rebuilding those stocks and making sure that fish can get back to the rivers. And so from that metric, it is the number of chum salmon that are killed in a specific area that should be the driving force in selecting areas, because that is what we want to minimize.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Goen and then Ms. Vanderhoven.
Mr. Ritchie asked my question. Thanks.
Thanks. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of following up to Mr. Ritchie's question. If you close that area, you're going to displace effort into an area that has generally a higher rate, and mathematically, don't you just end up then with a higher number of Western Alaska chum by extension?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think your point really stresses the importance of having overall limits. I think we're talking about a triggered area closure that the fleet would be operating under, and I think that it's critical that we have an overall limit. We don't always know when fish are pulled out of the water where they are coming from, and so ensuring that we have that overall limit that makes sure that we have sufficient numbers of Western Alaska salmon coming through is critical.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. So Shelby Edmund is up next, followed by Josie Edmund, and then we'll circle back to Matthew Anderson and Jeffrey Gronke for the last time.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. And for the record, I am a CDQ Board Director with the CDQ YDFDA. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to present my thoughts on the bycatch that we are all facing. My name is Shelby Edmund, and I live in the village of Alaknak on the Lower Yukon River, where the river flows into the Bering Sea. We come to these meetings and we talk about our culture. We talk about the land. We talk about the rivers. We talk about the oceans. We talk about the salmon. We talk about our children. And we also talk about our grandchildren. We talk about the health and the well-being of others. We also talk about the many challenges that we all face. We may never see the historical levels of the heydays of the salmon on the Yukon River in our lifetime, where we had a full-blown commercial fishing. We had subsistence harvesting throughout the summer and into the fall. We had escapement needs being met. And now it's non-existent. We cannot continue the cycle year after year. Something must be done. As I was writing my testimony, my thoughts are on the generations that are coming up, our children and our grandchildren. The conservation responsibilities have fallen upon the subsistence user, where we have limited opportunities to harvest salmon to feed our families. There are windows, but there is no guarantee that fish will be caught. We are heavily regulated with the mess size restriction. We use 4-inch mess now. 4-inch mess is not for salmon. It's for whitefish, Bering Sea, Cisco. And now we have the moratorium river-wide. My question is, what can we do? What more can we do? We followed regulations because that's the law. The protection of the rebuilding of the chum salmon stock of the AYK region really is not for us, but it is for our children and our grandchildren. My concern is this. If the status quo remains, are we passing on the responsibilities of fixing the problem to our children and our grandchildren? Something must be done to ensure the returns of the salmon to the rivers. I am not asking for the shutdown of the pollock fishery. I am asking for the protection of the migration routes of the AYK chum salmon to ensure that they return to the spawning grounds on the Yukon River. Therefore, I am in support of Alternative 5, Option 2. What I see is it provides a balance between the CDQ, the inshore, and it also protects the migration of those salmon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. See if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Josie Edmund is next, and then we'll circle back to Matthew Anderson and Jeffrey Gronke.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My Yupik name is Unganak, Josephine Edmund from the Lower Yukon village of Alaganak. Allowing fish to return to the Yukon is allowing opportunities for overall healthy activities for the people. I am speaking for those of my people who don't have a voice, those who cannot be here to tell you in person how significant, how fundamental, how valuable our subsistence fish is for our livelihood. The distressing declines of Yukon fish over years and years have had a deep, very deep impact on our people and our overall health. I'm not talking about money here. I'm talking about our food, our subsistence foods that is thought about and planned for the winter. Our food that is not highly processed with chemicals. Our food that is nutritional in proteins and fats that are good for our hearts and our brain function. Food that gives us physical strength when we work for it. Food that unites us as family working together. This gives us opportunities for sharing healthy guidance and direction. Our food that increases self efficacy, the ability to succeed in specific situations, tasks, and goals. Our foods that provide sense of progress and self-accomplishments. After listening to all the testimonies, I urge you to close the in-season corridor from June 10 to August 31st and allow the people in that area to sacrifice their fishing industry just for 3 months. In the AYK regions, we have been sacrificing our food security, and we have been abiding by all the regulations year after year after year. Not months, years. We challenge you, myself, my elders, my sisters, my children, my grandchildren, to close the corridor and allow the AYK Chum to migrate through. Please don't disregard our testimonies, especially the elders' testimonies when they said, please. That broke my heart. The people on the Yukon River, all the way up to the tributaries, have sacrificed long enough. It's time for change. It's time for action. Please find it in your heart to do what is good and what is right. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you. So next up is Matthew Anderson. Is Matthew online? Okay. Is Matthew in the room? Okay. Okay, that was our last call for Matthew and Jeffrey Gronke. Jeffrey in the room? Is Jeffrey's online? Can you press *6, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, can you try to unmute yourself, please? Oh, he disconnected. Okay. Yeah. So unfortunately, we'll have to move on and take Jeffrey off the list. Apologize for that. So that concludes our public testimony on C2. I'd really like to extend my immense appreciation to everyone who shared their stories and perspectives during this meeting, and I certainly appreciate all of the time and resources that were spent to come here and provide testimony. We're gonna break for lunch. We're gonna come back at 1 o'clock. And we have a couple clarifying questions for staff that we'll spend a little time on. I don't expect that to be a very long discussion. And then we're going to be breaking for the remainder of the day, and we'll come back at 9 a.m. tomorrow and take action on C2 and begin our deliberations. So thank you all again, and we will either see you at 1 or tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Yeah, we're gonna picture mine.
welcome back, everyone. So we just have a couple clarifying questions for staff. We're not going to have them relive the presentation from earlier this week. So we'll just ask them to come up for a couple minutes, and I think we just have a few questions here. So Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming back up here. Dr. Hopala and Ms. Marinan, just a little preface for this question. I think at least for me personally, coming into this meeting, I was not aware of the great strides that had been made in terms of the in-season genetics information available, at least to some of the fleets. And I just think we've had some discussions about, concern about a total Chum bycatch cap, and aren't we really trying to limit Western Alaska Chum PSC, which I think we can all agree on. So I had a few more questions about, because my memory was that we had looked at the concept of a Western Alaska Chum limit of some sort in this analysis. And so I wasn't fast enough during public testimony maybe to get some of these questions out. So I just thought it would be a good idea to talk about some of these things. And so I think my question, I've got a couple questions focused around that. And so if I may, I'm wondering in terms of if we were to look at trying to put some sort of limit on Western Alaska Chum PSC for the Pollock sectors, do you have a sense, or can you remind us what is available in terms of post-season information to sort of determine if there would be any consequences of exceeding any kind of limit that we might set? And I'm looking specifically at the corridor concept rather than a total limit. So if that helps focus it at all. And is the information available? Is it different by sector? Or can you, I know that's a broad question, but I was hoping you could maybe remind me what's available.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the question through the chair. This is Kate Hopla with council staff, just for the record. And then at the table with me is Ms. Sarah Marinan. And I would note that you have Dr. Patrick Berry with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, Auk Bay Labs, online with us too. So in terms of what's available for the in-season corridor and looking at that, the annual genetics reports typically provide information by genetic cluster area. And so the corridor that the council is considering is the combined area of clusters 1 and 2. So there's typically spatial and temporal breakouts that have been provided for those individual areas. Then in this analysis, we have the combined in-season corridor estimates. So the stock composition of that combined spatial area for the early and middle periods, which encompass that corridor closure window. If the council were interested in that information in the future, it would need to provide that direction to Auk Bay Labs so that their program is aware and can run those analyses. And then you had mentioned the sectors.
Yeah.
Okay, and we didn't include sector-specific information for the corridor. In terms of running the sectors, the stock composition estimates by sector within the corridor within that closure period. I think there would be some issues there with having sufficient samples to run each sector's genetic stock composition estimate in each year in that time and area. It probably wouldn't be an issue for the shoreside sector. There's enough fishing effort consistently within the corridor, and given historical bycatch levels, we'd expect there'd be sufficient samples. For the other sectors, it's more variable, and I think it would be challenging for CDQ and perhaps the mothership sector too. Is that helpful?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is very helpful. And so I have a slightly different question, but maybe I'll pause and see if any other council members have follow-up to that one. Thank you, Dr. Hopala. And in terms of my recollection that the council had previously considered an approach for a Western Alaska chum limit that would apply to the pollock fishery sectors. Can you please remind me how that alternative was designed? And at the time, I remember there were maybe 2 or 3 challenges associated with implementing that alternative as designed. If you could just review those for me, please.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question through the chair. Yes, so your April 2024 preliminary draft EIS included a Western Alaska chum salmon threshold performance standard. The way that that was designed, it had to be implemented alongside an overall chum salmon PSC limit or a hard cap. It was not a standalone option for an alternative. The way that was structured was that if a sector had exceeded its Western Alaska chum salmon performance threshold in any 3 of 7 year period, it would be required to operate under a lower hard cap amount. And there were several concerns, you do have that right, that were raised in that prior analysis. One was related to the timing of harvest specifications and when information would be available and how to track sector's performance against that Western Alaska chum salmon performance threshold. The other was having timely information be available to the pollock fleet, and there the concern was whether the pollock industry would be able to know in season, so that is in any given bee season fishery, whether they had exceeded the Western Alaska threshold, and that raising issues of fairness. And that's because the penalty that would be associated if they had exceeded that in any 3 of 7 year period would be the lower overall hard cap, and attached to that lower overall hard cap would be the penalty of a potential bee season closure. And so there were, just concerns about whether or not sectors would be able to track their Western Alaska chum salmon PSC against that. And then the third consideration that was raised in that analysis was the potential for insufficient genetics information to be available. And that kind of relates again back to the sectors and whether or not they would know their performance in season, as well as whether or not there would be sufficient samples for each sector to run sector-specific estimates to assess their performance post-season.
Thank you. Dr. Hopala, just to clarify, as far as the penalty response under that structure, can you remind me, was it a full fishery closure, or were we looking at that layered onto a corridor concept?
Madam Chair, it was a full bee season closure, not layered onto a time area or corridor.
Yep, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. And related to that, I think you said this, Dr. Hopala, but just to be very clear, the Western Alaska chum threshold concept alternative that the council considered was only in conjunction with a total chum PSC limit as well, and before the corridor concept, like you just said. So just, I want to be really clear that if that's correct.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. Great. Thank you for your time. Again. Okay, so appreciate everyone's patience, and that I think at this point we are going to break for the day, and we will come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. and begin our discussion and deliberations on C2. So see everyone tomorrow morning. So actually, just for the public's information, we will be taking up Cook Inlet, and we're dropping staff tasking from our agenda. So we'll take up Cook Inlet tomorrow afternoon. Thanks.